Okay, here we go. Start of game number 5. Again, I just started taking off. So this is our player, Varth Lacour. Again, I'm not familiar with him, so not sure if we got a really good player, a new player. But we will start with our normal. I did my normal buy of 4 infantry, 2 tanks. We're gonna go with the 912. Someday, I keep saying it, someday I'll explore the West Russia jam and just tack West Russia. Um, but I just got to study it more, and I just haven't had the time to sit down and study it yet. So here we go. West Russia forced. The last 2 games we've had less than ideal outcomes on round 1 Russia, but we've pulled them off. That's under a little bit. I like to see 4. 1 hit, I'm okay with that though. Alright, this is a good West Russia. I'm happy with this West Russia. No matter what he hits, I'm happy with West Russia. And that makes it a fantastic West Russia with 8 infantry living. So, great West Russia. Let's see what Ukraine brings us. You know, again, the main goal here is the bomber. Let's see if he's one that takes bomber first or dot bomber later. 1, 2, okay. 5, all right. Hey. Oh, and the bomber's gone. Oh, oh, ay, mamma mia. So, this is about as great of a result as we could have. You know, I could retreat this, but this isn't even worth retreating. We just need to go ahead and finish this and have a huge Ukraine stack. So, this is going to be, this, hey, okay, well then. Still going to be a big Ukraine stack. So, they got a little bit of it back, but I'm still. You know, when I get to, if I have just 3 tanks and 2 fighters and nothing else living, and I killed his fighter, or excuse me, and all he has left is the fighter, that's the one time that I retreat. But this, I still want to just go ahead and throw this uh, load into Ukraine, and with that 8 infantry West Russia, he's going to be in a tough spot to start the game out with. Which means he may take some liberties, but it does mean we can be a little stubborn here and hold back and keep 4 infantry to keep that a little bit of a threat. Actually, you know what? Just to prevent any cheeky goes. There we go. Alright, so our German friend went 3 tanks, 2 artilleries, 5 infantry. I'm not really sure what the tanks. I mean, does that give him enough to go in there? I'm not even counting it for the dead zone right now. So it doesn't really affect my UK turn. I'm not even going to mess with my UK sub. I think this is just a that strong of a Russia and him buying some tanks. I think we're just going to go straight into KGF. So I'm not even going to bother with my cheeky sub play because I'm going to go ahead and drop a fleet with a... At this point, since both the destroyer and cruiser lived, he went 5-1. Failed here. Just barely cleared this with no ships living. So I think we're just going to go all in, to go against them. We don't even need to build instead of the carrier destroyer build, we can build carrier transport and go ahead and just start ramping this up quickly. And then we'll go ahead and grab an artillery for India down there. Again, other people protest this, but because I'm going to bring this transport on around, I'm not going to waste my tank in France. We're just going to use him to grab one of these guys, and we'll still have my 3 units there to grab next turn. He only had 1 live, so I mean, yes, now's a turn that I could go ahead and kill the carrier. I just like to, or the battleship. But we're not going to. We're going to stick with my normal play just because I'm comfortable with it. So we're going to go with it. We're just going to throw him in there. We're not even going to mess with it. So the good news of the dropping the fleet and having the fighters here, they now can actually go 1, 2, 3, carrier come around, so the fighters and my UK bomber can dead zone all of these. So we just got to make sure that the US dead zones the other ones there. He did not buy a bomber, but he did put his fighter down here that could attack TJ next time. Why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? I always feel like I'm forgetting something. And that's all the attacks. I could do a bombing run, but I just want to make sure that we have a plan to take out the battleship, so I just don't like to do the UK bombing run the first run, so. There we go. Good hit. Good hit. Alright, I'm having a pretty good dice game here. So let's see, we're gonna have the destroyer cruiser here, so they can dead zone 14. I don't need the bomber to be able to reach there, so we can bring this bomber. I just need the bomber still to be able to reach it here. So I can bring them all the way over to here where they can work there. Yeah, we're gonna bring the bomber all the way over that far. I'm going to play it more traditional instead of bringing my sub back, since we're not really looking to trying to dead zone over here. If he wants to take the 2 fighters on the fighter carrier, then that's what we got. And eeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by its toe. Do want to check our defense profile for UK. Looks good. All right. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. There we go. All right, so moving on to US 1 here. We'll go over to Japan. Japan did an extra light attack on C-Zone 53, or was it a normal? Was it a light? Sorry. Yeah, extra light. They didn't bring their cruiser this way. Wow. So I guess maybe it turned out good when I look at this. So they took their cruiser to 61, which evidently I got 2 hits because his battleship must have took 1 and actually hit the cruiser. So I guess maybe it wasn't a bad thing, except for the fact that means he just took 4 to Pearl Harbor, and that led to him losing 2 fighters in Pearl Harbor instead of the 1 fighter. So he lost 2 fighters there instead of 1. Otherwise, the interesting thing he did is he did not do the typical purchase. So he bought a destroyer, a transport, and a complex instead of the typical 3 destroyers. So this is going to allow him to start putting 5 units down instead of the 6 units that a 3 transport buy does. But ultimately, you want to get to a factory anyways. I'm not a big buy on buying a destroyer, an extra destroyer before it's really needed, but I didn't even do any sort of KJF threat on this game, other than maybe letting the battleship live, I guess. I don't know. So that's something I probably wouldn't have built a destroyer. I would have done something else. But I'm not against the factory build. But altogether, this means he took one of his artillery from here, from Quang up into Anwai, just to help make that be a better battle, and that went well for him. But that's a unit going that way instead of this way. So, I mean, all said, between the purchase and that going that way, it means pressure is going to be a little bit lighter on India for that J3. So, you know, this means India should be pretty safe. I got to keep my carrier, my fighter, and my transport down here, which I love doing that, so I can just hang out here in the Indian Ocean and create some headaches for a little bit. So that was Japan's play. So we're gonna go U.S. You know, I'm going to go ahead. I'm being I'm taking the kind of conservative buy, if you will, where I'm getting my 2 transfers. I'm buying a destroyer and a carrier with it. Sometimes I'll skip that destroyer, but I didn't buy a destroyer for UK, so I'm going to go ahead and buy it here. And just these early indication plays by strong Russia, kind of how he did his Germany attack and his Japan attack. I'm feeling relatively comfortable fairly early here on a KGF attempt here. So we're gonna go my quote normal, natural, non-aggressive play and just play it straight. 2 infantry to go with that. So 2 boats, just for those that haven't watched too much. So these 2 transports, they've got their 4 that they're gonna take. This guy has his 2 he's gonna take. We got 2 infantry already free on there. So that's 1 my transport. My other transport has these 2 guys that he can take. And since we're buying a little extra, we'll go ahead and take out this sub so it doesn't cause any strange headaches later on. Otherwise, yeah, we're not doing anything there. Do you take this with the U.S. guy or do you take it with the Russian guy? I'm gonna take out the Russian guy this game. Russia's gonna be a little strong. We're gonna add into that by letting Russia get that 2 IPC. Plus, it leaves me 2 infantry for doing some of the funky stuff that these guys retreating back can do later. So I think that's really the only attack. The U.S. really can't do much in the beginning of the game, so we'll just do that and roll. Just skip the hit. Thank you. Oh. Man, I like having my sub over there, though. Oh well. So be it. Darn it. I like having my sub just try and create headaches, but it doesn't. If you're watching my duos game, I've seen more effectively how you can use subs, as the U.S. subs have been very pestering to me. Otherwise, standard play. I used to always take my cruiser to 11 until someone pointed out a long time ago that 12 makes sense because it can make it to France next turn. So. I want him to go here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there we go. He can cover these 3. He's gonna come in here. He can cover those 3. Not really dead zone. When I'm doing my KJF, I'll bring this fighter to here, and then that dead zone Z's. I'm not fully dead zoning him out, so whatever he wants to. If you let's see, what is it right here? 17 is not dead zoned because I only have 1 fighter. I mean, technically, a fighter bomber should take out a battleship, but we always like to have 3. But I only got 1 bomber, 1 fighter from US that can reach there, 1 bomber, 1 fighter from UK that can reach there. So, that's the one spot that's not dead zone. I think everywhere else is dead zoned at this point. So. Got our 4 units up there. You know what? Just in case I don't want to take the tank yet, we're going to move him up there. The only difference is my second transport. No. We'll leave the infantry back. Just in case my second transport wants to, I'll have the one with the 200. I could take the infantry AA down this way for some reason if something happens. So, whatever. Small things. Sweating the small details here. There was a little bit of temptation of trying to take my U.S. fighter back to here and just throw in a stack into Ukraine, but I don't think on just kind of counting it up, I don't think it was really going to make it because he did still have plenty with these 6 tanks coming in that could counter me. So I think we're just going to let him have Ukraine back. And am I forgetting anything for the U.S. here? As much as you played it, I've played, you'd think I'd have this just, pack, bam, bam, bam. But whenever I'm on the recording and talking, I tend to get myself lost and forget some things. So we're not going to be using up my artillery too much this time. So we're just only going to buy the 1 and max out the. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm gonna pause the video because I think I'd looked at this earlier, and I might actually buy a tank this time to dead zone Ukraine. I'm gonna pause for 1 second. I want to double check that calculation real quick. Okay, yeah, so I know that was just a split second for you guys, but yeah, so I'm actually gonna buy a tank just to be as annoying as possible. So what I was looking at is I'm gonna kill these two guys here, and that's going to mean he can bring 6 infantry and 11 tanks to Karelia, or he'll have 6 infantry and 11 tanks that he can take to Ukraine, um, and then just taking all my units that I'll have left over, um, washing them all up together, and it's running right now, but it's 6 infantry, 11. With that 5th tank purchase, it makes it a profitable battle for me. And so I like that idea. So whereas 4 tanks, if I just built it 2 more infantry, it makes it still on my side, but much more iffy, and I don't like that. So we're gonna buy this tank to make him think twice about either of those zones. So slight different. I don't normally buy tanks, but this game just kind of says let's do it. So I'm going to use the 2 infantry and fighter approach. Don't want to forget to go ahead and take that guy. Up here, man, because he had so much live, I'd love to just stay a pain and a headache to him right here. I think I might just put 1 over here, 1 there, and retreat 2 back. Because if I leave them here and they move in, it can be a little bit of headache getting him back out because he can dead zone a Vent guy with his J2 turn. But anyways. You know what? I did miscalculate that just a little bit. Because I forgot the artillery I'm building won't be able to hit Karelia. So he'll be able to go to Karelia unless I don't put a unit in here. Can I get away without a unit in there? Oh wait, that would be what possibility of 6 an infantry, 6 tanks. He can't reach. He can reach, but he can't reach. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, so how bad does that look if we don't put somebody in there? So we can do all my tanks and my fighters in here. And that gives me 11-2, which is, but the 5 tanks is still good. We'll put a tank and 3 infantry in there. So let's see what we're talking about here. So 5 tanks, 3 infantry. Oh, I was going to calculate out, but I'm just going to put it in the calculator because it's open over here. 5 tanks, 3 infantry, and an AA, and 2 fighters. And again, he could have 6 tanks, an infantry, and a battleship. So yeah, we should be solid there. Yeah, we're solid. You know, I'm not a big fan of leaving it open, but if he wants to take his tanks up there, he'll have to go. He can't blitz them. He has to take them all up there anyway. So yeah, we're gonna leave that open just so I can have that extra infantry here to make him think about Karelia. And actually, we can put the tank up here so that it's infantry in there. I am going to take the one. I think I would have these commands down by now. We'll put an artillery in there. We'll put the other 3 infantry up there. And so that leaves me 8, 10, 11 units. He can hit me with 7 in his battleship. None of his fighters, just double checking, none of his fighters can reach me. So we should be safe there. We'll have 13 units there. He could take 5. Plus, I mean, he could. Actually, those guys came in reach, so yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. Oh, I forgot to move those guys. I talked about it, and see, there I go, goofing up. Dang nabbit. All right, well, turn's over. All right, so I am playing this round as I'm looking at it. So, and I gotta go kind of quick because I gotta run, and I lost track of time. So, anyways, they bought 12 artillery or 12 infantry, 1 artillery. The big thing is they did attempt the TJ here that appears to have not gone well for them, and they stacked France with tanks, and that's an important thing because those tanks can't reach Karelia next turn. So I'm not doing the math again right now, but he's got what 5 and 5, so he's got 10 units heading that will be able to go into Karelia after I take it. And I should be able to dead zone that. In addition, he didn't buy any other planes, so he's got 4 planes. I can still cover that with this fleet, so I can hit Karelia this turn with the UK even to save some Russian troops. So that's what we're going to do. Looking at all this, I'm also going to use this transport to take Egypt, and then that way the transport can go 1-2 next turn. Germany can't hit them. Japan has 2 fighters, so I think if I can remember, I'm going to land the fighter over here. Remembering can be a bit of a challenge for me sometimes, as we've seen. But I want to land the fighter here so we have 2 fighters and a carrier versus 2 fighters that can reach me. His bomber can't reach this turn. So it'll be safe, so the next turn, transport can go 1-2, and these guys will be sitting here, so we'll have a dead zone. Potentially he could try to do infantry artillery to hit the artillery tank with a battleship, in which case I'll take it if that's what he does. So that's what we're looking at here real quick. Again, India's not under super pressure. I know that at least this turn he's only got 1 transport, so I'm not counting anything. I'm just going. So we are going to put 3 infantry down in there at least. We are going to have 2 units here. We're going to use all 3 of these, so we're going to want at least 4 here. So that leaves us 16. I don't want to build a third transport. This transport's coming around, and there's a chance that this transport eventually will make it, and I'm happy with just 3 transports for UK most of the time, so we're not going to buy another transport right now, so that's going to give us a little bit more freedom. So I think what I would like to do is I do want to go ahead and I like picking up the UK bombers when I can. This is a game where it looks like I'll be able to. That leaves me 4. I like having a spare tank in India to threaten going down there if they don't take. And then that leaves me an artillery buy that I can buy for up here for a little more firepower with the trades. So there we go. Now, I could take this bomber up for Karelia, but I'm not going to. Because I don't want to use this fighter like I did before, and then I can't land him because I did that I made that mistake before. So we'll just do that. We'll take him. Nope, nope, nope. Let go of him. No, 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 no. Don't use him. Up here, we're gonna go. Second transport. I debate, Finland, since I'm using an artillery, to save the artillery, or do I take Northwest Europe because it's 2 IPC versus the 1 IPC? I'm going to choose Northwest Europe because I'm happy to make him send units this direction, plus that prevents him from being able to do the fighter stack there next turn. So we're going to take Northwest Europe since it's there. And I know that's going kind of quick on the talking there, but I think most of you guys know what I'm talking about when I'm going through the talk about the fighter stack into Northwest Europe. That is one thing I like to defend. Again, this is a luxury that I get to attack Karelia with the UK. It's a good thing the infantry hit. I mean, we knew the cruiser wouldn't hit. I could have done this infantry artillery and saved the tank in Finland, but I'm just going for just trading away. And like I said, I like taking Northwest Europe, even with it is with an artillery. And so even though he has these two fighters, he can go 1, 2, 3 for my U.S. transport. But since I have two transports here, instead of bringing one of them down this way, I'm just going to go ahead and take Finland and Norway with the U.S. And then there's nothing you can do there since Karelia is gone. So So the other thing I like about having the bomber here is it can reach DEI and come back. I've got an artillery sitting here, so I can make a cheeky transport infantry artillery bomber attack on the DEI as well, and just really trying to go with that frustrate Japan as much as possible strategy. Gonna bring the sub we don't need to take with us. Sub can come on back that way. Cruiser can go that way. There we go. So we'll put a tank, 2 infantry, 3 infantry, artillery, bomber. So we got good trading weapons here with 2 fighters, a bomber, 4 units, and a cruiser. So there we go.
Alright, so stranger danger, stranger danger. We got a person playing abnormal here. Bringing a Japan attack on J2. He built 2 transports, isolated in there. Theoretically, my bomber could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and kill them. Taking out the transport, although we do got to be aware he has 2 infantry, a tank, 3 fighters, and a bomber that can counter there. He did bring his guys into here smartly, so it does kind of trap these guys from coming back easily, because again he does have the fighter bomber that can reach there, so he's got 7 units that can reach there. He's got no pressure on India, so we got to keep that in mind. Think that may lead me to where I got UK fighters here, 2 UK fighters here that we could all reach into there. Um, so we can retreat back into there with the fighter support at least. And I think that's probably something that we're going to end up doing, and rather than taking the cheap shot on the transport. I mean, he's only up to 3 transports now anyway. Or wait, no, 4. I forgot. They do have that one out there. But still not 4 shucking to the mainland yet. So it's already kind of a slowed thing. So I think we may just fall back, take our losses, and roll with it from there. Yeah, we just need to make sure we remember that we'll need to pull those UK fighters back that way. So I think that's where we're going to go. Any case, we do need to watch out for West USA, obviously. This destroyer's not going to do anything better, so I'm going to move him back just to block the bombardment. So it's the infantry artillery fighter that we got to watch out for. At the same time, I want to quasi protect Alaska. I'll protect it from at least 1 transport hitting. If he chooses to use the 2 or 3 transport hitting, then we'll adjust accordingly. But we'll be prepared if he does. It just will slow us. It's going to already slow us down a little bit going towards the Atlantic because I'm only going to build 1 transport so that I can put some infantry and a tank over here. I thought about not building the tank, and second thought, I can hold off on it. As I'm randomly talking, if I held off on it, what would that give me? Would that give me enough? And we're just going to go. I don't want to think too hard here. I just feel pretty good about the game, so we're just going to move forward. I think I could have gone without the tank and just left the tank in, East Canada there. And then I could have built a second transport, but I'm not going to, like I said, I'm just not going to overthink it right now. We're going to go ahead and take that. What do we want to do opportunistically here? So he's got 7, 10 units he could move to Corellia. I got 13. What would it take to go ahead and set up the Kaza stack? Yeah, I think I'm going to work on building the Kaza stack here now. I don't really need to protect C-Zone 13 because he doesn't have anything that can go there. And 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll be able to bring this fighter back no matter what. Yep. All right. Really? Thank you, Mr. Fighter. All right, good. do we want? 1, 2, 3. And there. And then. So we'll have the infantry tank or infantry AA for this transport to take in case the tank needs to come over to Alaska. Because I forgot I built the tank, so I meant to take the tank with me to Norway. Oh well. My mind isn't focusing real well at the moment, so alright, well, there we go. See here. We need 2 infantry coming back for him. We need 2 for our transport. That leaves me 5 I can put over there. We got the AA. Let's see. I think we'll do that. Alright. Decent money for the Russians. And again, I'm not really going to use my AAs, so I think I'm just going to save my... I don't need to build heavy on them. We'll go this way. So, yeah. I'm thinking we can stack Karelia and Kaza this turn, so that's what we're going to go for, I think. I feel like I'm being too aggressive, but it just feels like it's open, so... I do gotta watch where I can't put both fighters in, well, we can put both, because we can land our fighters into Karelia, so yeah. Thank you. Ooh. Okay, I wasn't counting on that now. That frustrates me a little bit. I. Alright. Well, that changes things a little bit. Because now you can blitz through to West Russia, which I was planning on leaving West Russia empty. I think we mostly will still leave West Russia empty. Dang it. Well, rats. So I could have stacked either Karelia or Ukraine, right? Or West Russia. I'm going to leave it open because I mean, if he wants to blitz and take it, I can crush it back and then, prevent a second follow-up and restack West Russia. But wasn't exactly what I was, hoping for here, obviously. So let's see. If we got, where's my artillery? We're just going to send everybody into there. And I think I'd feel better with one. Oh, I got one. I got that tank sitting there already. So that gives me, I'm going to build 2 in there. That gives me 15 units. 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 he can send. I'm good there. What about down here? In Kaza, what do we need to stack Kaza? They've got 4, 1, 3 fighters and a bomber that can attack. If we bring back the tanks, we've got a fighter and infantry. How much infantry do we need to have back there then to help keep that stacked? And what am I going to be comfortable with? So I got 1 back there currently. Actually, you know what? Let's not throw the AA in. Let's go 3 infantry. Looks like that should be enough with the tanks. So yeah, so let's do that. And then we'll do that. If he wants to send tanks in there into my kill box, then let him send tanks into my kill box. And bring this guy back with intention of bringing in some UK air to help support him. Alright, there we go. I think that's going to be it. So I do want to put 2 infantry up there. Put an artillery in. There we go. So of course, I feel really good with having a Kazakh Karelia dual stacked right now. I just did this so he couldn't just take 1 infantry. If he wants to take it, he's either gonna have to risk some air and a tank or some tanks. So if he wants West Russia, he'll have to pay for it at least. So there we go. So here we head on to UK 3, so Germany 3. He bought 5 artillery, 5 infantry. That's a heavy artillery buy and a tank. Personally, 11 units I'd rather see. I'm sure that could have been 12 or 13, just infantry, artillery. But, it's his call. It's what he wants to go with, so we're rolling with it. He did attack Egypt. Took Egypt cleanly. He had some pretty good attacks, actually. West Russia, he did a strafe where he hit with a infantry 2 tanks. I got 1 hit back, but he got 2 hits, took out the AA and the infantry, and retreated his tanks. Ukraine, he took without loss. Northwest Europe, he took without loss. So he had pretty decent trades this turn.
But position-wise, he's got his fighters up here in Belarusia, which means C-Zone 8 is a freebie. So U.S. is going to have a freebie in France this turn. Um, and technically 15 is not, because he could go 3 and then land in one of these. But I do get at least 4 going into there, and he's only got 4 shots, and so I'm comfortable with that. So we do still have the battleship sitting here. We couldn't really do that 4 and let the battleship live, because that could lead to an overload, if you will. So I do think we're going to need to go ahead and take care of the battleship this turn, which we do have 1, 2, 3 U.S. fighters and a bomber in range to take care of that, as well as 2 UK fighters and a bomber. So we will take care of it. The big thing is we have nothing else in South Africa. We do have our transport here. We do have artillery tank here, and we got reinforcements that the transport can go grab, pick up. I've got fighters and bombers that can hit here, and we can take care of the Egypt stacked. I do need to remember I want to get some reinforcements to him coming from the UK, having 4 infantry, artillery, bomber, and fighter that can reach there. So I do have this tanks that can blitz over there, and I'm going to support it with a couple fighters in there as well. So that's the plan. And hopefully that works. So, money-wise, I was able to buy 7 infantry, 3 for here, 4 for here for my 2 boats, and I had just enough left over for yet another bomber. So that's why I didn't go with any artilleries. We're going to buy the rich stuff and buy the bomber. I'm getting to play a little bit of a different game than what I normally play. That will mark my 3rd UK bomber early on in UK 3, so I'm kind of excited about that. This isn't in my typical game, so we get to play something a little different. I will say, this whole ranked and the timing and everything, while playing a solos tournament and a duos tournament, playing some tough opponents, is a bit stressful, and I am making mistakes, and I am certainly not playing my best game, including I forgot to move my destroyer block into here. So, thankfully we got a decent West Justice stack, but he still does have a 17% chance on it. Very frustrating if he takes it. I also gives him the opportunity to come down in here, although I'd be able to kill if he went down there. I guess the only potential redeeming factor here is I do have infantry, tank, fighter to clean up whatever he kills. But if he follows up with transports going up to Alaska, that means I'm going to have to divert forces this way to be trading back and forth, and that's not what I really want to do. Oh wait, you know what? I forgot. We do have my infantry tank. I might just have to move them. I was going to move them over here to tend to this guy, but just to make me feel better, I might go ahead and move another one of those down into West USA. 17% on West USA just makes me a little nervous. It's decent odds for me, but it's just not one that you really want to lose, right? Let's see. So if we did that, we'd have 7 units in there? 6, 7 if we moved one of them in, versus his 2, the battleship and the fighter. I'd feel much better, I think, about that. I should feel okay with the foreign one. Maybe I'm just being. I'm going back. Yeah, no, foreign was I bet. I think I had in my mind he had 2 fighters here, but he's only got 1 fighter there. So all he's got is 3 in the battleship he can attack with, and I've got 6 units sitting here. That's much lesser than I thought. I'm okay with it. We can keep our UK going. Like I said, me rushing and mental math not working the greatest at the moment. But I think I had 2 fighters in my mind there. Alright, well then. with that all said and done, let's move on. So, got 2 and 1, so get that other transport in there. The UI struggles, the UI struggles. There we go. One, two, three, four. So you can still make it over. I think I'm only going to use one of these fighters because I want to keep one fighter back here. I mean, I've got 3 boats and a destroyer. I got 4 boats, but he's got 4 fighters hitting at 3. Again, I'm probably playing a little conservative, but I'm just going to be okay with that, I think. I mean, he's only moving 1 at a turn. In worst case scenario, if things don't go well, I can always bring a transport down here and bring a U.S. unit down here, and so he's not really going to get very far, even if I can't wipe that out. Hopefully I do just wipe it out, though. But we're going to save that fighter to come up here, I think, with the tank. And 1 other fighter. Hey! Guess there's a reason I took 2 fighters. So they could both miss. At least they didn't miss all 4. And we got the tape, so that's all that really matters. There we go. Cruiser remains futile, but does not matter. Alright, let's save all our offense for this one here. Press on! Get those hits. Press on! Finish him off! Finish him! There we go. So I did look at this for a little bit, and I thought about, go ahead and stacking Karelia and West Russia, especially with the 2 build coming into Karelia, and thinking maybe I could also stack Kaza as well. But then I started thinking I'm just being too greedy. I'm just being too greedy, and we're just gonna play it safe. We're gonna come back to West Russia. We'll let them trade Karelia. I mean, we should still have West Russia dead zoned. So, I just had to talk myself into being not so greedy. Ta-da, ta-da. I'm just checking. Yeah, we should be safe bringing the bomber on into there. Keep him down here. We're gonna go get. I was thinking about pulling my carrier out, but he's got 2 fighters and a bomber that can come here, but this transport's done with what it needs to do. And if he brought the bomber, let's see, bomber here, 1, 2, 3, 4. The only place it can land is right here, which is just going to get crushed. So he doesn't really want to take his bomber there, right? So then he's just got 2 fighters versus a fighter carrier. So maybe my transport can live a little bit longer. And pull that artillery right on back over here. That'll be fun if it does. So we're gonna leave him alone. What's this sub gonna do? Not much, right? We'll pull him back here. You know, maybe we can get a carrier sub, something crazy going on in India. I decided I'm gonna be safe with. I'm gonna be comfortable with the 6 units there. All right. I almost want to go ahead and drop another bomber over here, right? We've got protection we could bring. He's only got the 1 transport, but 2 bombers sure would make DEI sacrificing that for DEI next time a lot easier. Let's do it, because we're not going to be able to stay there much longer, right? Not even calculating now what that means as... Oh, whoops. Two bombers will at least make him think a little bit. With a sub and a carrier and a fighter. And a 3rd bomber right up in here. He's going to have to be careful. We'll go with it. There we go. Okay, so I admit I'm getting a little tired and not doing all my counting and calculating and everything I should. But here we go. Japan's turn. It looks like they tried to take Pearl, but failed to actually kill him. So there's no threat on the West USA this turn. That being said, they do have this transport who's going to come over there and take it next turn. He moved his fleet up into 62. He built a complex, got another complex down here, but 5 infantry and a tank. I'm not really sure what the move here was, other than if he's planning on trying to come up here. So anyways, I'm going to leave 6 units up here. He'll have his battleship, his 2 fighters that he could reach me with, and 4 units. I don't see that being the play, but if he does, so he does. So, in any case, I'm being really greedy, and I'm probably building too much, and I'm just not calculating it out. But I'm looking at 2 infantry. I'm building a factory for Norway, and I'm looking at 3 transports to pick up these units if he doesn't make me have to use them on Alaska or something. There's a good chance he will, and I just overbought my transports. But I'm feeling pretty confident in this game now again already. I feel good. We're going to block him in here. We're going to take France. We're going to take Southeast Europe. We're going to take all of Africa back this turn. So that's the plan. Let's see. He keep my Kazakh stack. He's got 7, 8 units that can reach there. So we'll make sure that we keep enough there to hold on to that. Actually, we can trade both of these guys off potentially. So, alright. Like I said, I'm probably being too greedy with the US to be frankly honest. But, whatever. Yep, I think those are my attacks. The other part that I didn't say is, you know, this transport's gonna be able to take the artillery, infantry, hit DI with a double bomber run, and he's got no transports in range to take it back. Additionally, I'm gonna move the rest of the stack all over to Burma. He can't take India, and I don't even think I'll have to go back and relook at it, but I don't even think he could counterattack Burma if I move the whole stack over. So I think he artificially shrunk himself too much over there. I do need one fighter to live to be with the carrier, ideally, so. Alright, there we go. Very good. Ah, rats, I was hoping to get it. Oh well. Maybe I don't want him that far away. There's no threat to him, so I can go ahead and bring the battleship in here. So if I want to use him on the bombard next time, I can. That gives us 5 for my 2 transports, so I'm going to go ahead and... Oops. There we go. I might be getting myself in a little trouble over here. Well, he can only hit Alaska. What? That's right. He can't hit Canada from there. I was thinking he was in. I don't know what I was thinking. He can reach there anyways. All right, so we're all good. These 2 infantry. Oh, there we go. That's what we forgot. These 2 infantry, I moved them over to here so that they can step into West USA next turn, or they can hop on the transport I'm building. One of the transports I'm building. Alright, Russia. Let's go ahead and get the two artilleries in there. Give us a little extra firepower, I think. I can hold on to this. I know that normally I don't bother with Russia going in here, but just because he could blitz the tank. But I can sit there and hold here a little longer, create a little more headache for him. Oh wait, 12. We're not attacking him. 13. Yeah, no, we're not attacking him. We are going to attack down here. Hindsight, maybe that wasn't the greatest idea. Oh well. I think we'll still have enough to stack everything I want to stack. Ugh. Okay, I was counting on taking this. Thank you. Phew. That's a little closer than I wanted it to be. Can reach there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not them, not them. Just a bomber, right? So he's got 7 units hitting there. And 6 infantry in the fighter. Was that enough? Not quite enough. How about 7 infantry in a fighter? I think that should be enough, right? So if we did that, these tanks do we need to bring over then? This one I'm going to pull the calculator out for because I'm getting tired and not focusing real well. So 5 infantry, 2 artillery, 5 tanks, 4 fighters. This is what do I got in here now? 12 infantry, artillery, and a fighter right now. Okay, it looks like we're going to need what? 3 tanks at least to be comfortable. Yeah. Oh, I got that guy that can come up too. Maybe we can do it with 2 tanks. Yeah, let's stick with the 3 tanks. $18 units, 16 units should be good. 9 units, 7 units should be good. There we go. Alright, so Germany went. This UK turn is just going to be fun in general. You're going to love what I'm going to do, but Germany, he did go ahead and buy a bomber and fighter and 6 infantry, which when you're in the losing ground territory, you want ground units. So he's giving me Italy and Karelia back, so he's only going to be able to build in Germany next turn. I understand he's just getting frustrated because he doesn't like a fleet here, and transport's going free over here. So now he's got a bomber that can hit there, but I'm going to move a cruiser up there, and the US, if I feel like I can even build a destroyer there and protect that from the bomber. The 6 here, well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll bring another fighter over to make 6 down there. Meanwhile, we're going to make Japan's headache, as I said. Oh yeah, down here. So we got our battleship coming in, and we can also bring a US fighter into here as well. So we'll have 2, 3, 4, and the battleship with the extra hit point 5. Possibly for a turn, I just don't bring anything here because we're only going to use 1 shuck anyways, so not that big of a deal if we don't have any transports in C-Zone 13 for a turn. And then the following turn, I'll be able to pull this carrier in. But over here, like I said, we're just going to sacrifice a transport, take DEI, and then on top of that, our purchase is going to buy another bomber. So now we're going to have 4 bombers sitting in India. We're going to take this fighter and we're going to land him in a place where he can be within 3 here. So that it can be a 1, 2, 3, 4 is to here with my carrier sitting here to go catch him. And my second fighter here can come down to Kazakh, go 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're going to have 4 bombers, 2 fighters, and a sub. Don't forget about him. Dead zoning, C-Zone 61 and 36. Because he's only got a carrier, battleship, destroyer, and the 2 there. So he's got 3, 5 units there. I'm talking about 6 planes and a sub. That's 7 on 61, and throw in the carrier for 8 on 36. So we're going to dead zone these. We're going to stack Burma. We're going to take DEI. We're just going to make Japan miserable, basically. Kind of some unique stuff I haven't done before in a game, but just saw the opportunity and it looks fun, so. Just gonna blast you guys over there. You know what? Just to be done, before I go committing myself completely nuts, so let's just take him out. He hits 1. We may think twice. I'll go check a calculator real quick. Meanwhile, up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So I don't need a fighter on the carrier at all. The carrier can. Oh wait, hold on. We got our bomber up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So he'll be safe. So if I land him in India, he can go 1, 2, 3, coming back to 4 to meet the carrier. I'm enjoying these bombers. Good thing I got a competent fighter, because cruiser was, as usual, ineffective. We should be able to stack Corellia again as part of what my plan is there. Perhaps this is not being kind, but notice I'm going to 47 because there's no destroyer that can reach him, but I can still go one of two routes to 61 where he only has one destroyer. If I put him over, say, into 37, he can move the destroyer to 36, and that would prevent him from going to 61. But I want that extra hit shot on there, so slide him right into there. So if he wants to come to 61, he's going to have to build some navy, which is not what Japan wants to do in this situation that they're facing right now. And there we go. Another turn down. All right. So here we're looking at um, Japan 4. He did go ahead and take Hawaii as expected, so he does have one infantry threatening West USA. He still has two transports that could potentially come to 64, so we're going to keep a little bit of an eye on that. Not going to overreact to it, though. He did kill my transport with his bomber and landed his bomber down here in Borneo, and he came and took New Zealand. So the interesting thing here is that now leaves him with carrier, battleship, destroyer, two fighters, carrier, battleship, destroyer, one fighter, but most likely wherever he goes, he got a fighter here that he can go and land them on. But I still got a sub, a carrier I can work on placement of, 4 bombers, and 2 fighters. That if I can get them right here split between these two, then I can still continue to kind of dead zone this whole area. I haven't worked that out specifically because, well, that's a UK turn, and we are currently on US's turn. So US, we got plenty of options, but between US and Russia, we do want to go ahead and stack Karelia. We're going to grab these guys, and we're going to grab Italy. So here we go. We are going to purchase, well, 13 infantry, a tank, and a transport. A tank and an infantry going in West USA, 2 infantry going into Norway, everything else going over here into East USA. And if you haven't watched my videos before, it's just a matter of counting, where all my transports are at, where I expect them to go, and I like to transition them from going to Morocco up to East Canada. So for the most part, we did that. This one's going to come back to East USA this turn. So combat move. We will go ahead and take care of Italy here. I do want to land one of my fighters in Karelia. It could be either one of these. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, can't reach Italy. He can reach the C zone in 3. This one can go 1, 2, 3, hit Italy and in the C zone. So not that I really need all the extra kill, but dice be dice. So we'll just do it carefully. I thought about using my, just using my one transport to hit there, one transport to hit here. May have been the smarter way to go. Take them both out, but we're just going to take out Italy this turn, as it turns out. This tank is actually in Finland, so that's important to note. Don't think we got anything else that necessarily want to do, so we got the so does that mean we're ready to do some bombing? This isn't going to do a whole lot of threatening over there. By gosh. We're going to take away Italy, we're going to take away Karelia, and maybe get a little bit of bombing on Berlin. Oh no, shoot. Yep, okay, no, that was right. I think I forgot. For a moment there, I had a moment of, did I forget to do something? See those high dice. I don't do this too often, so let's see those high dice. That's not high dice. Touche. Alright, well, that's what I get. Needed that sacrificial bomber. Now all the rest of my... When you sacrifice that bomber to Berlin, the rest of the game, you don't lose any more bombers. That's what I hear. Alright. Now, this should go relatively smoothly. This is when the cruiser will hit because it's not really needed. But at least we're still holding Germany to 10 production spots regardless. Even if we did manage to destroy my bomber. Grab that guy in there. So we got the... Okay, so I got one more turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll be bringing him in. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we don't want to take him out quite yet. I'm going to pause them here because I can possibly go into the Black Sea next time, so we're just going to hold them tight there for this turn. I saved the tank for possible blitz to Alaska as needed. Two, three. We've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Is that right? That gives me 6 in there. Miscounted my numbers a little bit, I think. Yep, I counted 1 too few. So that does give up a little bit of Alaska that if he used both of his transports he could take. I miscounted by 2. To clarify, just double check. We got 3 transports coming in here. Correct. Correct. We got 1 transport coming in here. That is correct. 2, 3, 10 going into here. 6 left over. It's coming up here. 2 of them coming down there, so they'll have their 6. So yeah, we're just gonna be a little bit thin for the Alaska. If they really want to go to Alaska, they'll be able to. Russia. You've got 5 tanks and 4 artillery, but we're being kind of aggressive against them, so we're going to go ahead and keep building out some artilleries, I think. Now, there's no real, other than to kill off units, there's no real benefit to me attacking these guys, because again, I'm not going to get to hold the US, so it's just more about trading units in that case. And he does have his tank here, which I don't really want to let him blitz, so I'm just going to, well, I'll pull him back to Volga, probably. So he'd have to blitz and take the potential hit back. Meanwhile, continue to trade off those guys. This side of the world, he's got, what, 3 infantry, 2 tanks, that 2 fighters, infantry, 2 tanks, 2 fighters, is that it? The bomb, oh wait, the bomber's down here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, bomber can't reach. These guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, they can't reach. So my little mini stack there should be more than enough still. I think we actually might step some of the guys. What if we hold the tanks out? We're going to be pulling that fighter out, so I don't want to count the fighter in there. The infantry, 7 infantry, eh. There we go. Leave 8 infantry in here, do a little mini stack on Balagda, and we will be good. So the tanks going up here, one, they can help dead zone here. Two, they'll be able to go through Karelia, which I'm going to stack to help dead zone Baltics. Three, they could get back to Kaza next turn if I wanted them to. Or over to here, or to West Russia, or all the way even down into Ukraine. So a lot of mobility in this case. So let's see, I'm going to build 2 up here. Yeah, I'm not worried too much about an offensive against Japan and China. I'm more about we're just holding a defensive line here. And I'll still have my fighters that can reach over into here. I think it's a pretty good central base with 8 infantry into there. Alright. I'll put 1 artillery just in case we need to use it to trade into there. Oh, wait, hold up, wait a minute. I was counting on 2 of those guys going up there, so make sure we don't got any blitz in Japan there. Yep, we should be good. There we go. Alright, so UK's turn. Our goal is to continue to be a pain in the rear for Japan over here, who's stuck in 2 navies, and to keep adding up over here. We're going to keep our Karelia stack, and we're going to be looking to trade these. You can see Germany built into the Baltics here. He did build another bomber, so I do need to be mindful of that. So he now has 7 hitters there. I have no longer need for them in the Baltic, though. These fighters can't reach out here if I take both of these, and those fighters can't reach up to here. And if I take both of these, those fighters can't reach down to here. So 15, 8, and 3 only need to, and 13 need to be prepared to defend 2 bombers. So that's what we're going to go with. We did have some extra money, so we got 7 infantry, 2 for India, 5 for up here, and next turn I'll take my AA out of here because I wanted to buy a sub for India. They do have 2 destroyers, so if he really wanted to wedge me out, he could put a destroyer in close enough where I have to misplace my 1 sub, so we're going to have a second sub. And we're also going to go ahead and purchase a fighter with the remaining money. We're just going to blitz on through there. we're going to crush this guy. Just making sure I can get to DEI because I plan on bringing my bombers down here to DEI where they can threaten both places. Don't need my fighters to do anything there. Okay, so we're going to come back here. Cruisers are going to go up here, so I can't use my cruisers, and that's okay. They're pointless anyways. Since he's trying to move up to the Baltics, we'll go ahead and relatively heavy stack France to make him have to come back this way. I think that's all of India, or excuse me, UK's attack. Looks good. Very good. I was going to say Northwest is important to take so that those fighters can't hit. So if I didn't take it, I was going to need to go ahead and devote a UK transport, or excuse me, a US transport to it. Now, theoretically, I could have sent 2 infantry to make sure that we captured this, and in hindsight, I was trying to, I could have used them to block the tanks, but I was counting, you know, what I needed to defend, to hold my spot sitting there on Burma, and I didn't want to go down to 5 infantry, but I didn't take into consideration that that was going to take two tanks out of the picture that I was counting. So it would have been smarter if I had gone ahead and sent 2. Wish I had. Oh well, I didn't. But as is, it's a coin flip battle. He'd have to bring his transports into here. And if he brings his transports in here, then he's going to bring his fleet, and he's going to have my fighters, bombers, and sub have to deal with. That's 7 versus his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. So he's going to be putting them into the kill box if he comes down there. Nice thing with bombers here, if he goes ahead and takes this part of Australia, they can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we can take that back. If he comes over to either of these sea zones to try to kill West Australia, he'll be in the kill box of my my guys here. Actually, even 45 is really, the fighters are 1, 2, 3. Bombers can reach there, sub can reach there, so they're in the kill box if they go 45. 39, I'll have the 4 bombers and 2 fighters. There'll be 6 there. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's only got 4, so really anywhere in Australia is actually still in my potential kill box for the Navy and Air Force of UK there. So we're gonna move cruiser, destroyer. One there, one down here. Bring my carrier down. We'll land my other fighter there. Do want to make sure fighter before carrier on those for both him and for him down here. There we go. End of the turn. Okay, so we did manage to get Japan J5 to buy a destroyer, so he now does have two destroyers in this stack, making it a little bit bigger to match my sub that I built. I still think when I move my sub over during UK's turn, this fleet can't reach 61 yet. So between my two subs, my two fighters, and my four bombers, that's 8 attacking units. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we will still outnumber by 2. So we'll still have C zone 61 dead zone unless he uses his factory here to build uh, ships down here, which he may. That may not make bad sense. So meanwhile, I do need to be mindful of the fact that he's got these guys sitting in here, including two transports. Got to watch out. This transport is loaded, so don't want to accidentally make the mistake and not realize that he's got two infantry there plus these two, so he's got 4 infantry, fighter, bomber that can hit West USA this turn. I made this mistake a long time ago, not realizing that this C zone actually reaches West USA. You learn the hard way sometimes, and I learned the hard way that time. So we're going to make sure that we drop 5 infantry. We're going to leave the tank here, so we're going to have 6 infantry and the tank stay in here. And then meanwhile, we're going to build out elsewhere. He did, forgot with Japan, the rest of Japan, so he did attack these two, conquered those, and then consolidated his forces down here in Sinking, right? Yep. So not a bad move for him to start trying to consolidate his units into one place. So I give him a good job there, and we'll continue. That's a good spot since we've kind of pinned his navy up here into 62. So it just makes it one more turn longer for units from Tokyo to reach the front line. But again, he only has two transports shucking here, and then he's got these guys. So that's what we're looking at. We're going to US's turn. So with the US, I did consider the fact I could take these two, hit both of these, use these two transport, and hit these two. And likely, if I did that, the fighters couldn't hit here, the fighters couldn't hit here. So I'd only need to protect versus 2 bombers in each of these, but I couldn't bring any more reinforcements if I did that because I also need to protect that from 2 bombers, and it was just getting a little bit too thin for even my liking to do that. So we're just going to hit these two this turn and let Russia continue to take care of Ukraine for the time being. That all said, purchase, we're going 14 infantry and an artillery. We had no extra money this time beyond it, so we're putting 15 ground units to get onto transports and heading on over. Our total transport count, we are up to 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the factory over here in Norway. That's kind of what I like to be at. I like to be at 10 so that we've got 6 working the med while 2 are working the Finn plus the Norway factory. Now, if they do something that allows more work in the med, like they're heavily defending it, then I can bring other ones in there. But this is the setup I like to have. So I'm not planning on building any more transports at this time. I like to go with the 10. And that being said, as I was discussing, I like to start getting my transports coming from eastern Canada down to Morocco while ground units are marching their way up. Now, we're not quite going to be able to do that fully the next turn, I believe it is, but this turn we'll be able to do it. So I do like having that mechanic going there and just having that flow rolling. That way, when they do start to build too much air, which he's up to 7, so he's really starting to try to threaten this, I can quickly just pivot right over into the Finn shuck those that were going to go to the Mediterranean. Or if I just need to not shuck to 13 for a turn, then they can shuck up to Finland. So I like that they can pivot either way off of this one. So it does cost a turn of development at some point as I build extra infantry to bounce back to, but I just find that to be a better place to be developing the med shuck and Finn shuck so that you can go either way. All right. So here in the Mediterranean, we gotta be careful. We don't want to use the units that are already advanced. We want to use the units that are farthest away. So we're gonna pick up these guys, and I think I'm just gonna use one in there for the time being. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I plan on sending one of my fighters on up there, one fighter with my carrier out here, and we're going to bring the battleship and the cruiser into the action. So that leaves me 4 units here that I can still use the 2 transports in here on, plus my 2 transports coming in with 4 units, so I would have actually 8 units that I could attack with. Up here, seems a little bit of a waste of a tank, but since this stack is mostly Russians up here, we're just going to use the US to go ahead and trade this guy instead of spreading the Russians out too thin, as they got Japan starting to get on their front side there. Go cruiser. At least the battleships are worth them. Woohoo! No losses. Nice. Nice. So one of the things I want to point out, a lot of you already know this, but some people are newer to the game. You know, one of the big things about taking Italy and Karelia again is that it leaves him only 10 production spots, so he can only build 10 units. And here I'm trading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 territories with Germany. So they're going to want to they have to send at least 1 ground and some air, and ideally they're going to want to send 2 ground when they can, or like this time they sent 3 ground over here. So if he's building 10 units and spending 12 units of ground at a time to get them, then his overall number is just dwindling down. So that's the goal with the med shuck and all this trading, is just make them trade maximally all over the place and dwindle their units until you find the opportunity to make the big landing in France or push your way in through the Baltics, and make the grand finale kill of Germany then. So we are going to move destroyer, carrier. 1 fighter will be my defense versus 2 bombers there. Going to move 1 fighter up here. Keep that fighter up there. And we got our battleship cruiser as our defense down here versus 2 bombers. We're going to move this guy. I kind of wanted to send him up here because this is a more weakly defended, but I also want to have him here so that we can send the destroyer carrier, or at least the carrier, back in loaded into the sea zone here next turn if we want, for the fighter usage. Move this guy on over 1. Move these guys over. And we're going to go 1, 2, all of you guys coming over. 1, 2, 3 transports up there, so we want to make sure there's 6 guys there. Here's our 6 guys to go up there, which means we can leave these. We're going to drop 5 in here. That leaves a 2-man into Alaska. If they drop 1 guy in there, of course, if they drop multiple transports, they'll be able to hold it, and then I'll have to beef up units coming over, delay the shuck, and build in West USA. But we're in a good shape if he does anything along those lines. And again, the big thing there is if he makes an Alaska move, that's less Japan units going onto the mainland. So, all right. Two. I want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Puts 8 in here. So I've got 5 transports coming back. So that would be 10. If he doesn't take Alaska, that'll be 9 and 10 going into there and will be good. If he does take Alaska, then we'll just bring one of the transports back here for going back next time. And as you can see, like I said, into round 5, things are collapsing for Germany pretty hard. He does still have a lot of big hitters in there, though, so we still got a while till we completely wear him out. And we still got a handful of our artillery out there, so we're just going to max out our infantry build. Actually, you know what? I decided we're going to be greedy. And again, I am going a little bit heavy in these trades with Germany because I have the upper hand and I can't. Ooh, and I can go heavy on these trades. There we go. And things like that happen, so it's a good thing we went extra heavy on the trade. No! 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 Oh well. I was greedy. Thought about sending the 2, but it's a 1 IPC territory, and we gotta remember Russia is on the defensive, so it seemed a bit much to send for that 1 up there. Maybe I should have just leveraged the fact of my advantage and gone ahead and sent the 2 and played a little heavy, but I'm already playing heavy with the Germans, so I gotta be a little bit careful what I'm doing here. I need to look back at my notes real quick here. Let's see, so we got 17-3. I want to have 4 tanks there ultimately, so that's 2, 3, 4. These 2 will come on down here. I think I'll leave the 2 infantry because that means he'll have to send a tank into there if he wants it. He'll probably just walk around, I would think. Do want to go ahead and move him over here. And let me double check my counts on how we're looking over here. We plan on moving the UK tank in there and maybe a fighter and we'll be covered. So we just got to remember our UK reinforcements into there, just to beef that up so that we've got a good solid stack still. Now, one of the things you got to watch out for when you start getting into this is the can opener into um, Moscow. So he does have his 2 bombers here that can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clear these 2, land them, and then send his 4 tanks, 2 fighters, and a bomber into there. Um, those are possibilities. And actually, you know what? I'm just going to be a little bit safer and bring him back. But on the flip side of that, if he sends his 2 bombs to clear there, I can still send 2 tanks, my fighter, let that go up as an okay battle. These fighters can't reach, but I could send all 4 of my bombers into there as, you know, prattle if I wanted to. So we can move some UKs in there if we need to, but we gotta be careful. We don't want to over lose out the Moscow stack. But at the same time, I want to make sure I'm going to be able to trade Ukraine when he uses his 2 infantry there. So I do want 2 infantry here, 2 infantry here. My other 5 are going to go in here, and then we'll have the other build-ins if we want it. But I really do think we'll have enough of a build here, plus enough UK that we can move in that I feel safe with that. We will end this phase. Do want to put 2 in there, but we're only going to put 2 here for potential trading, and then the rest into Moscow. And there we go. Alright, so Germany turn. He did shift his forces back around. He bought some more air, so we're now up to 6 fighters and 3 bombers, so we do need to be mindful of that. So what did he bought a bomber fighter, a couple artillery, and an infantry. Only 3 ground in there, so he didn't even fill his 10 spots, actually. He only built 5 spots, so that's good news. The bad news is when he's, by building out that many, he is starting to dead zone some of the C zones, right? I can't keep trading all the C zones like I've been doing. But on the flip side, we've opened the Karelia gate. He's not going to be able to close that back down, I don't believe. So we're just going to keep pouring through here, and we're just going to trade up at the eastern front as we can, and we'll keep an eye out for possibly getting a France look in here at some point as well. That's a lot of firepower. I mean, he's got 12 tanks sitting there and 9 birds. So I mean, that alone's 21. And you know, he can pull in some infantry and stuff back. I mean, he's got a lot of hitters coming back to France. So I'm not even calculating it out right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could stack it. I think I am gonna challenge him though. I'm still gonna keep hitting Italy. Reduce his number of spots he can build for. So I'm gonna, when it comes US's turn, I'm gonna use 1 transport, my battleship, my cruiser, and 2 fighters to hit here, and that's gonna put me a loaded carrier, battleship, cruiser. So that's, you know, I count the battleship as 2 when counting planes. So that's gonna be 1, 2, 3. Excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Excuse me if I bring him in. So right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 units in there to his 9. So he could easily wipe it out, but I'm only going to have the 1 transport there. My other transport, I'm just going to go ahead and sacrifice it and take this guy in here, which would mean he'd have to use 1 of his planes to kill it. So that'd leave him 8 planes to try to kill my one transport, which I don't think he's going to take those odds. And so I can continue to have some units in here, and I'll be able to hit them 1 more time, maybe. We'll see. We'll continue to try to be as disruptive down here as we can. Even if we can't get more units into here, we could still buy another couple turns of hitting Italy or Southeast Europe or maybe even France, who knows. So we're going to be as annoying as we can in there. But the other thing that this does bring, he did bring his 8 tanks down here into Ukraine. So that all of a sudden means, because that's a stack, because I can't kill that, right? Well, I don't think I can. I don't think my bombers can reach that way, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, my bombers can't reach there. So that's a stack. Whoops. Sorry about that. That's a stack. So, but that does give him 2 infantry, 11 tanks, and 9 birds. So, 22 units staring at Caucasus and West Russia. Meanwhile, Japan is starting to accumulate a little bit of firepower over here as well, despite my limitations of what's going on over here. So looking at this, I mean, Karelia will be stacked because we're going to take both of these. So Karelia is by de facto going to be stacked and continue to move units in. But I believe I'm only going to be able to stack 2 of the 3 of these between Caucasus, and West Russia. I mean, West Russia's got to be a given 1, right? Because that's where my Russian units got to come back down to. So West Russia is going to be 1, and then it's going to be, okay, so which of these 2 do I stack? Well, I need to get some UK in here this turn so that I can prevent these guys from getting wiped by Japan. So we got to get defense 2 units of UK into here this turn. But if I leave any UK units in Caucasus, if I decide to bail on this on US or Russia, then Germany's going to be able to kill them. So I'm not going to use any of my units to end in Caucasus. But since I know I'm going to keep West Russia, I'm going to leave units here. The units I leave in Kazakh, I can always move after Germany's turn before Japan goes again. So this is where that turn order starts getting a little bit tricky, and you have to think about that on what you're doing and how you're going to move your pieces, because we're now getting all 5 domains interacting with each other here. So speaking specifically to the UK, I continue to be a thorn in his rear end. I'm just enjoying playing this, keeping this Southeast Asia and keeping DEI to myself to the UK. One, it's giving me extra money, so I'm going to keep spending extra money and continue being a headache to him. Now, he did bring his secondary fleet up to here, 1 to threaten over here, but 2, he's probably going to want to try to combine these 2 fleets together and get back to 61 at some point, somehow. But meanwhile, I'm going to continue to try to make that as hard as possible for him. So, in saying that, I had enough money so I could buy me 3 infantry, 3 artillery up here for UK and my 3 transports. I can buy myself a tank down here in India to go with a submarine and a bomber to continue to create headaches. I'm not too worried about amassing a huge land force here. He's not trying to threaten me back. And, quite frankly, if he did create a push and he took India and Japan 8 or 9, I'm not really too concerned about that. That's a late push, and I'm not worried if he was to do that late. And I don't even think he could do that even if he wanted to, based on things. So I'm not worried about big stacks of units here. Worst case scenario, I just retreat them on back this way as I need to. But that's also why I'm building a tank, because again, tank can move back quickly and help protect one of these 2, whichever one I decide to hold this turn, they'll be able to retreat back into there. So there's our purchase. Look at all those goodies. UK spending at 45 IPC and then enjoying it. So, unlike last time, we are going to hit that guy pretty hard. We can't attack anybody else over here on this front, but we're just going to continue to be an annoyance up here on this front. Up here on this front is another story. 3, 4, I want these fighters to get all the way to here, though, so I can't really attack with them. I also want to take both of these guys out at some point. I think I do. Oh, wait, hold on. Don't go there. We want you to come from there so we can retreat back to West Russia if we do lose one there. And let's see. Man, because we're gonna go up to shucking up here because of the units here. Sigh. That is the difficulties we live in. Not the greatest, most robust odds there, but we can always, if we can just get that down to 1 and then retreat, we can always hit him next time with the U.S. infantry and 2 fighters. Alright, I think that's all the attacks we can do. Implausible. Impossible. That's a 4v4, 2 units versus 2 units. That should be a 50-50-ish battle. Slightly favored to the tank, I believe, if I remember correctly. Because if we both lose 1, I'll have a 3, he'll have a 2. So, I don't buy implausible. Wow, this is favorable. Interesting. Alright. Start swinging this bomber weight around a little bit. That's why the bombers are there. Come on. Fighter? We're counting on you, fighter. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, tank, let's roll over some infantry. Alright. Okay. Well, not precisely what I was looking for, but I'll take it. The next question I have to decide next time is, do I just want to blitz it with the tank, or do I want to use a US? I think I probably want to use US, make them shift units around for me to trade with. We're going to keep them down here. I thought about moving them up there to that Kazakhstan, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, they can hit all of these zones in here. And particularly 48 was an interesting one because he wants to keep shucking his units, his land units over, right? So he needs to keep enough with my 4 bombers here. He needs to keep at least his carrier, 2 fighters and 2 destroyers, or the battleship. So he can move the battleship would be his better bit so he could have two battleships, a carrier, a loaded carrier, and a destroyer here. And that's why I did some number crunching before the game. That we'll have three subs aiming there. We'll have four bombers aiming there. We're going to move so that we could have, actually, I don't think I want the carrier quite there. I want the carrier here. That way he can't get destroyer blocked like the sub can be. But that way, this carrier can get to 48. Fighters can go 1, 2, 3, 4. So that gives me 3. Gives me 4, 5 with my subs. Plus my 4 bombers is 9. And we're talking about a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Double them up, 7, 8. So we should have that Z-Zone 48 dead zoned, even if he was to throw a destroyer down here, which he couldn't really afford because then my bombers could hit there. So we're just really creating a headache. He can't really keep shucking and stack 48. He's going to have to come together higher up. And I'm not even sure if up there will survive, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, my fighters wouldn't be able, my fighter carrier group wouldn't be able to reach it. So he could keep coming this way, and then J7 finally make it to C-Zone 61. All right, what else do we want to do? We want to move him that way, them that way, bring him back up. And that'll do it. I'm sure he's going to groan at another sub and bomber down here. I certainly hope he does. Yeah, so one of the things what I didn't mention is putting my carrier here. Yes, these two fighters can go 1, 2, 3, and he can hit my carrier. Oh, you know what? That's why I wanted him over there. The bomber can reach him. Ah, dang it. All right, well, anyways, I was going to put him there where the bomber can go 1, 2, 3, 4, but can't land. But the bomber can go 1, 2, 3, 4 and land back in here. But at least I'll be able to kill this bomber with my bombers. But anyways, I was looking at the fighters coming here that he'd have to commit his carrier coming down here. I may have given him a little opening there if he looks closely enough. It's not an obvious thing, but he could potentially do something where kill the carrier with the bomber and then move everybody else in here because the fighters no longer would be able to go there. Those two fighters, that is. So maybe he catches that, maybe he doesn't. All right, that'll be it. Oh my goodness, I've been playing all this time and I thought my microphone was on. I am so sorry. You got to see me point a lot and not have a clue what I was saying, but I got to keep moving forward. So we're hoping to neutralize, get that hit. There we go. All right, we got the 3 hits in there. 2 hit backs. Bummer. I really wanted to take this. I don't think I can take the risk of taking the fighter out though. Unfortunately, well, maybe. So the whole talk I was doing is I'm giving him opportunity to wipe my fleet down here, um, with his units here, while taking on as much IPC as I can. So this fighter is probably dead anyway. So why not take the Italy? So, you know what? Because we're also restricting his unit build by taking it, and this fleet's going to get killed anyways, and well, most likely going to get killed, and I'm okay with it. We're going to see how well he wants to risk for the possibility of taking all of that. My whole point was I was trying to get him to have to trade 4 territories. He can use a fighter up on here, and that'll limit what all he has to come in to these 5 to 6 units. But he's got a good opportunity for himself there. We'll see what he does. And the other part I was saying is, my last one I talked about the fact that I could only stack 2 of the 3, but really I do think I can stack all 3 of these territories now, because I was forgetting to take into consideration that these fighters and tanks of UK can move into Kaza before Japan gets their turn. So that's what we're doing there. And furthermore, what I was saying, I'm okay with him taking out this fleet if he does, simply because the sorry, because they've done what they need to do, but I've already still got 8 transports doing what I need them to do, going up and down around here. So we got 5 in here, 3 in here, so I've already got 8 transports doing the shuck plus there, and they're all safe, so we're not super concerned on that. We do need to give 8, 9, 10 for him, get those guys up here. And again, I apologize, I was in mute that whole first start of the turn. All my brilliant strategy wasted on nobody heard it. You know what? No, I like doing that in case he decides to airstrike, not give him too much. So we'll keep 1 artillery back here. So the idea here was that we have 6 infantry, 2 tanks, and a bomber that can hit Alaska if he so chooses to land there. But I think he's going to come down shucking. And the other part I was talking about is by coming up to stack Kaza, I'm probably going to have to give up the dead zone of 61-36. We'll see when it gets to UK's turn. But that's okay. Our timing is the UK is round in the corner, Karelia is open, get these bombers back, and let's start putting max impact onto the Germans. All right, that's all the US people that can move, right? Or, well, we're mobilizing anyway, so all right. All right. Double checking my numbers real quick. I want 16, so we're going to be building 4. It'll have 6. $11. One of the things I forgot to again consider is the possibility of a can opener type thing, which would make my stack. Well, I'm only going to have like 4 Russian infantry in here, so it's not a huge thing if I have to bail out and drop my all my UK into Moscow if he does a can opener move. But I do really want to kind of take this guy, which was not part of my initial plans. So all these need to come into here. Can I take 3 guys for trades? That give me 4, 8, 10, 6. That'd leave me 3 down to there. Erg. Alright, I don't like doing it, but we're going to leave the one open. He can't take anything up there anyways, so... Well, let's see. 4 blitz and 5 units. I'm building for... I'd only have... Yeah, no. Let's just do this. Changing my plan up a little bit. I was going to do a 1 and a fighter here and a 1 and a fighter here, but I need all these infantry. I feel more comfortable with them all coming down. 7, 11, 5 coming leaving 4 there, which is what I want. Alright. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but that does leave him an infantry there. But if it's just an infantry and a bomber, we should be okay. Alright, come on. Just hit him. Fighter? Come on. Fighter, come on. I'm gonna say they'd almost be friends or something. In fact, I am putting the fighter in there, so I don't want to lose that. Well, 14. He's gonna have his other ones built in there. There we go. All right. So into UK 7 we go. Germany, you can see he's building more and more planes, so we're getting pretty heavy dark skies, so we are going to have to start to take that into consideration now. He did wipe out my fleet. It only cost him 2 fighters, I believe it was. So, not as good as I'd hoped, but so be it. We move on. Yeah, he lost 2 fighters there. I lost my 1 fighter, carrier, cruiser, destroyer, battleship, and transport. So I was hoping they would take out another 1 or 2, but so be it. So he did build, again, purchase. He bought a bomber, fighter, 2 artillery, and infantry. So only 3 ground units again. And we go back to round 6. He built 3 ground units. Round 5. He built 7 ground units. So he's not even maxing out his 10 production there these last few rounds, and that's what I'm kind of counting on. So, we look at this outside of the expensive. So we don't look at his tanks, fighters, and bombers, but his meat shield, if you will. He's got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, 16 infantry and artillery in the entirety of Europe. I've got more than that just working its way on around here, and then we'll be pumping in the other ones and the big hitters. So this is going to start folding, should start folding, but of course, the fact that he does have 11 tanks and 12 tanks. Sorry, I missed this one down here. 12 tanks and 9 airplanes. That's going to slow the progression a little bit, so it's going to have to be a step by step by step by step working our way in. But on the flip side, again, I don't expect to be, now that I'm going to start pulling my UK back, they'll be able to start coming back this way. I really don't expect Japan to make much move this way anytime soon, because I'm going to use these Russians to help stack Bello this turn, but these Russians can come back and help stack the Kaza stock and just keep him blocked up here. So that's our next set of turns here. So in defense here, we need to have 4 planes and my 3 tanks. So I got my 1, 2, 3 tanks that'll come in there. 3 planes there already. We'll bring in the 4th fighter. I'm going to go ahead and bring my bombers back to here this turn as well. Just because that helps them still be in range of these guys, but starts pulling back to where they can start attacking up on this front. So we should have the Kaza stack okay. And we're ready to go. So we're going to buy 7 infantry, 2 artillery, and I went with a fighter this time instead of, I could have gone the 9 infantry and a bomber, but since I do want to get a little bit of flexibility and hopefully be able to get back to maybe trading C-Zone 8 here. We'll need to be able to protect against 4 bombers and 9 planes down here, plus if he builds anything more, and so I'm going to get 2 fighters back this turn, and that gives me 2, 5, 6, 7 boats. So we're going to need more there. So we're going to need another carrier in all reality. We're going to start floating this carrier back this direction, but it's got a while till it gets back into play. So, in any case, we're going to build the fighter so that way we can start getting fighters in and a little more defensive and another carrier. And, remember, U.S. can always drop boats from Norway as well. So that's something that we will probably end up looking at. For the time being, I've been going ahead and dropping the 2 ground units in here. With 9 planes, he can sit here and air raid these at potential profit. I'm going to continue to do it until he starts air raiding, but I do got to be careful. That many air, my ground stacks, I need to make sure that I don't give him the opportunity just for a big hit there. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. The good news is we got AA. We got 3 AAs floating over here too on the front lines. We're gonna hopefully try and take Bello with the UK so that potentially US and Russia can land fighters in there. Let's see. Unfortunately, he does have the C zone's dead zone, so we can't really do anything there. We'll be back. Alright, I think that's it. I really wanted to go ahead and get a clean sweep there. There we go. Rats. Alright, well, it's only the 1 fighter. I'll have to double check when it comes US-Russia's turn to see if they can stack it. I think they can stack it even without the US fighter. Hopefully this one's a clean kill. I mean, the argument, yes, I could be using these to bombing raid the factories, but when they let me do some clean kills like that, um, I'm happy with them doing that for right now. Come on, screen. And it's time to pull back. It would make sense to get to 29 to get over around quicker, but this lets me still let two of the fighters be a threat to C-Zone 36 and 61 because you could always come in here and they can go 1, 2, 3. So hopefully, I didn't do the math, but hopefully he can't do 61 and 36 this turn. He has to choose between one or the other. We do need to pull our subs back. Comes to 36. If I go to here and he comes to 36, then I can't get back free. So I think we're going to roll back into 37 for right now. Oh, don't want to forget about all this. We're landing enough ground into Finland. I don't think we need to worry about the AA there, so we're going to go ahead and shift it forward. I did, by the way, I thought about using the UK to take Arch, but then he can just take it right back to Japan, and again, that's before Russia can get the point credit, so it doesn't really benefit me for UK to take them other than to kill the unit. So I'd rather US or Russia take care of Arch. He does have the one infantry, one bomber he could take a shot at. I mean, that would be kind of crazy. I mean, the odds are gotta be slow, like in the less than a couple percent chance that that would actually succeed. So I'm gonna risk it. Not really looking to be offensive, more just defensive with these guys as we move them on around. So I'd rather have my artilleries up with these guys. Two, three, four. You know what? I could put that fighter down here, actually, now that I think about it. And that puts one more unit dead zoning down here. Ah. Splitting hairs. Just go with it. Alright. Okay, so Japan, they went and bought a cruiser and a fighter, so 4 ground units for them there. So again, buying some expensive units. I've pulled out. They didn't really even need to buy those to protect themselves in C-Zone 61. I imagine they're planning their assault onto 37, 36, trying to get this stuff back next time. So I may end up just throwing my carrier into 36 as a protector of India and DEI for a turn. Because otherwise, it is going to take a while for that carrier to get back over here and be useful, and I can't cut through the med with as much as he's got going on there, so I got a feeling I might just sacrifice the carrier. He's done well. And I mean, remember, this is a carrier from the beginning of the game. It normally isn't around anyways. So we'll see. That's UK's turn. We're not there. To now we're on US's turn, which is, dang it, I don't know why it does that to me. But anyways, US's turn, which we are all focused in here now. For the US, Russia, we do want to continue to stack Kazakh, which he's moved a pretty good stack in here, but these guys are 2 turns away, although they could combine them down into Sichuan next turn. And then he really doesn't have, 1 infantry here, 2 infantry and artillery here, artillery here coming in. So it's not going to be hard to stack and hold the stack in Kazakh, I don't believe. While we're also pushing forward to a Bellow stack. And then, of course, trading everything that we can around as well. So our U.S. turn, we're looking at no longer are we worried about Alaska. So all 8 of these units can go to Eastern Canada to be picked up next turn by 4 of the 5 boats going up here. So I only needed to build 2 units for the 5th boat, 2 units for there. So that gave me 4 units I need to build. So I built 4 more units and 2 transports for carrying them in Season 11. And meanwhile, we still had 10 to spare for a fighter, which will time out nicely for me if they, as a possibility, to fly 1, 2, 3, 4, land on a carrier build with our other fighter to help Season 3, if that might let us get back into trading down here or not. So we'll see. I'm not really sure. I haven't done all the counts and whatnots and figurings outs of that, but it's a possibility. So we are going to trade as we come in as well. That's it for US. Yeah, that is it for US. Roll tanks. Go fighters. There we go, nice and clean. Keep those guys marching. We're gonna go ahead and move both AAs into there. He needs to go over to here. Double checking, make sure the bomber can't reach over here. I've made that mistake, too many times. Alright, I got my counts ahead of myself, although it doesn't really matter. They can't come on back, so we're already covered for the transports picking up. There's 6 this turn, and those 10 coming back next turn. So good there. We're gonna work him on around. This is moved. Looks good. with that big of a Air Force going on. We're in full fin shuck at this point, but Corellia's broken, so it should be fine. What do we got going here specifically? We got 6 units. I got my counts off, didn't I? 6 units going here. 2 transports for them. So I got 2 extra units. Oh wait, no, that's right. I built them early for, yeah, for these guys coming back. That's right. So they'll be there. All right, no, we're okay. We're just early on Canada for 8 of the units. Everything else looks good. We're just gonna max unit build. Take that one. Take that one. I did realize I need to be a little bit careful on my count on Moscow here. Let's see. I did a calculation on Kaza. Let me see what we need in Kaza. We needed like 16 or 17 infantry. 17, 18. So oh, we'll have 11 here. He'll have his 2, 7. Bomber makes 8. But we also gotta be careful because he could do a, strafe at the bombers here too. And I'm kind of counting all the UK units to go into Kaza here. So we're just gonna do that to be on the safe side. That gives me 17 ground. Yeah. We should be sitting okay there. Make me feel better about my units in Moscow to a degree. Did I miss anybody? Good. Drop them all in there this time. No longer do I have to worry about here because they're sitting right up here for trading. I don't have to worry about putting them in the Caucasus, and these guys can all come down into there. So there we go. Oh, I guess I hadn't looked in a while. So I did best build 7 infantry, so for all fairness, this should be 246 to 188 at the end of the round. My income is looking at 60, 107 versus 70, so all of this says that we should do quite well, and it looks on the board too. It's going to take a couple turns. I'm kind of predicting. So these guys, right? They're going to come back here to US 9. I mean on US 8 with these two. Then I have 7 transports come up here US 9. So I'll have 7 transports that then can go into Berlin. Meanwhile, I'll have these guys going. Let's see, they're going to go 8, 9, and ready to hit 10. So I may even just keep these other 3 transports back and not even worry about coming back for them to get another round of units, because they'll have groups from here, and then we'll have 10 transports hitting there, and we should be getting pretty close around US 10, I think. Maybe 11, we'll see. I'm not calculating out that far ahead, but around US 10-ish is when we'll be taking Berlin. And that's the turn.
So I did make a little bit of a mistake when I was prepping this. When I was prepping my cause, I was planning on this being wiped out, and I did make it a little bit thin. Plus, the 2, the 5, the bomber taking a shot on Moscow is a real possibility, especially if he realizes he's as far behind as he is. But not too big of a deal. We're going to be able to bring these fighters. I wasn't planning on bringing these fighters back down, but we can bring these fighters in to help secure things up. This turn's going to be, we're going to get 9 infantry with 1 fighter this time, so we'll get our boats loaded, our India built, plus a bonus fighter coming in. One thing I didn't look at is what it would take to dead zone down here still. So we're going to be bringing 2 additional fighters, so that'll give me 5 fighters, and we'll say I lose a bomber just to be on the safe side. 5 fighters and 4 bombers that can hit there, because the reason I want to know this is because I want to pull back as much of this back to Persia as I can, while not just letting him stack Burma there. So 5 fighters, 4 bombers. He can put 7 infantry, 3 artillery. There's nothing else. He can't grab anything else with his transports. He can't transport. He can't tank. He can't. He's only got 1 person he's going back for. So that's really it. Is that 7 and 3? So what do we need? Maybe like to make that a profitable hit. So I'm going to pull back what I can. Too much air. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave 4 infantry, 1 artillery back. We're building 3, so we'll leave 1 of these infantry back and bring the 7 infantry on back this way. So it's going to be really thin. I'll admittedly admit it, but I'm going to go ahead and shift my stack over to Baltic. If I get really worried that things didn't go well, I can always sacrifice a transport just to bring a little bit more extra into there. But even if it's a 50-50 and he sends everything he's got against me, I plan on killing these guys, so everything would be these tanks blitzing through. So he would have his 2 artillery and AA and whatever he builds left versus, whatever remained of that battle, versus the fact that I'm still going to have 3 transports of UK, 3 transports of US, plus I'll have a load of units still sitting in Karelia to retake whatever he does. So I'm going to go ahead and go forward with that. What I am going to do is we're going to go ahead and take, let's see, what's all that got going? I just want to make sure I get 2 hits. So we've got
7 going there. We should get 2 hits out of that, right? Don't tempt the dice gods, though. Find my bombers land here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They can still get in there. And then I want to be able to land the bombers back in Moscow, so we're only going to send a 2 in there. 1, 2, 3. I could use him. I can't use these guys because they need to be able to fly back to Kaza. That would leave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units versus the 4 bombers. That's a little sketchy, right? At this stage of the game, again with me in the position that I'm in, there's no reason to over risk stuff, right? So just so long we don't lose too many. I think we can lose like 2 of the infantry and still be 2 of the UK infantry and still be okay. And certainly we'll take the territory, right? I mean, we're not gonna not win the territory. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go with. We're just gonna go with that route. There we go. Did get the 2 hits. Really didn't want him to get 2 hits. I was hoping to only get away with 1 hit. Yeah, it'll be sketchy, a sketchy stack, but oh well. I mean, I can still pull out and just let him have to deal with those 3 infantry for a trade, heavy trade. Hey, alright. That means I don't have to worry about Moscow. It's one of those. Don't worry, I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice the carrier, by the way. By the time he gets over here, it's gonna be pointless. So we'll just slow him up a little bit over here. So we're in the C zone, not on the island there. Oh, these subs, they can't stay there, can they? Da 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 da. Just keep them back and just let them help with the fighters and bombers, help defend. There we go. Suppose I could get on 1 less infantry here and built another bomber instead of a fighter, but like I said, eventually I think I'm going to build a carrier or 2 and then get back to landing. on this side of him as well. But our stacks are just steadily moving, and again, because he bought all those expensive units, he just doesn't have the others. He did buy 10 ground this time, by the way. He did buy, whoops, 7 infantry, 3 artilleries. I don't know that the artilleries are really going to be a benefit at this point. I think he should have been going for unit counts, but, and just, excuse me, and just turtling. But, so, it'll take a little bit to crack them, but we're steadily working that way. And like I said, we're going to take these. He's going to have to pull back into here. And then slowly we'll take these guys and then work our way around until we're ready to take a shot at Berlin. Alright, so Japan took their turn. Purchase was 4 tanks, artillery, 3 infantry. They split their transports up, sent 2 back up here with a carrier for protection, I guess. He did come down here and got his fleet down here so that he can try and take Australia and DI in this back next turn. Almost, when I saw this, I was kind of like, should I just snipe this guy just to annoy him? But that's pointless. No need for any of that. I could make some headaches. I can split up my subs and bring all my fighters and bombers down, but reality is we're going to be setting up for Berlin's fall here coming up. So I imagine UK 9 will be spent getting my fighters over here. My bombers can stay where they are so that they can both hit Berlin on UK 10, US 10. Like I said, I'm too lazy to calculate it all the way out, so you're going to see I'm still building units over here in USA, even though I don't think I'll need them. Just being safe, I guess, and just too lazy to go ahead and calculate out what that round 10 battle really looks like. But yeah, so here we go. Cruising on in. You can see the nothing up here left up in the north, although he did build these tanks, presumably, you know, since I could blitz the tank in through there. So this is where we're at. This is just, we're reading in the cleanup duty, so I'm not going to talk too much here. So building 7 infantry, 1 artillery, got enough left over for a fighter and a bomber. The 8 is 2 for here, 6 for here for my 3 transports going out. That's what I was going to say. All right, so here we go. Take. Just going to go ahead and send them both. Tanks can go back. I think that's it actually for the US attacks. To do here. Just slowly crush, slowly crush. Everybody but the bomber hit now. That's kind of funny. Oh, including his guys hit. That is just kind of funny. Dumping everything in here. guy's marching. Bring him on up here. That's everybody, right? It looks like everybody. I'll be honest, there probably is a more efficient, cleaner way of doing this. I'm just not putting a ton of thought into this because the game is essentially over for all intents and purposes. Kind of plan on the U.S. taking that, and I was going to only use 2 infantry, so we're just still going to only use 2 infantry. Go. Ah, he got the hit. Oh well. So yeah, I don't even need to send those 2 go that way. Looking at it closer, I don't need to worry about protecting here. Even if he bomber ran here, he's got no tanks that can reach Moscow, so we can put 4 units here, which can take care of anything that he takes that with. I mean, he could blitz a tank through there if he really wanted to. I mean, that would really be worth it for him. So here we go. So he did go ahead and buy 9 infantry and an artillery. The UK, so I had to spend a good bit of money to repair the UK just to build my 6 ground units. And then he did take Ukraine with an artillery and 5 fighters. So that was his German turn. I'm not sure what happened here. He non-combat moved in AA to Italy, which doesn't make sense. But if I remember, I'm going to try and just take a one shot at it because this doesn't shoot back without anybody else there. An airplane can attack it for free. So I will probably hit it with one of my airplanes at some point, if I remember. That's the hard part. Probably with the U.S. because don't think I got any real attacks coming up for the U.S. in here as they get their units ready for hitting Berlin coming up. Okay, so in any case, we're going to go ahead. We had to repair 8 to the UK, and we'll still get my 9 units. We're going to put 3 infantry, 3 artillery in the UK, 3 infantry down here. We're going to leave enough in India just so that he can't take India real simply this turn. I plan on letting him have it probably J10. I don't see any reason to continue to hold it at that point. So I do want to double check one last thing. Yep, okay. Along. Two, three. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so he can hit here. Don't have anyone that can reach there. I could send a tank, but I don't want to send a tank. I want to keep him over here for right now. So 1, 2, 3, return. 1, 2, 3, return. I don't see any other attacks. Do or want to do. So I think that's it. Oh. Let's see, we're gonna build 6. Let's go. Do with our 3 subs here. Oh, something like that. I don't know why. Looks pretty. Do you want to try and do anything here? I mean, he's gonna have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, let's make him go to that side if he wants to take it this turn. Actually, can still hit all the way up there. There we go. Alright, I'm going to try to keep these quick. I know I'm not doing the best efficiency I can to kill Germany. I'm just playing it smart and just playing it slow. So anyways, with that said, Japan bought 5 tanks. Evidently he's going to tank rush me through here. An artillery and infantry that he put back on Tokyo, which he brought all his transports down here. He's going to let me kill that one for free. I guess he thinks he's threatening this way. I'll build a destroyer block, which means he won't be able to use his bombardments on ND, and he won't be able to go to Madagascar or any of Africa this turn. He may decide to go down here and go ahead and take care of Australia then. Regardless, it's all delayed and slowed, and this is kind of irrelevant, and it's keeping him from shucking units onto the mainland, so he's only putting 5 a turn on the ground. And Russia, meanwhile, is building 6-7 units a turn. Plus, I'm going to start pulling Russia out of this attack, and we're going to start bringing them back, and we're just going to take it nice and easy. I did the crunching real quick. I did do a fast crunch, and US 10 followed by Russia 11 had like an 80%. US 10 itself only had like a 12%, but Russia would have had like an 80% chance. But in a game like this, why take an 80% chance? Let's just slowly bleed him. I mean, eventually he's going to get tired of this game, I'm sure, because he's just going to get stuck here and just watch me build here. But it looks like he's going to wait until we take it, and we're just going to take our time on it. So we're going to go ahead and build 11 infantry, 3 artillery. I did forget about the fact that I'm going to be offset, so I'm going to have 7. So that means I really need to build 14 units back here this turn. I can't. It's only a 12-unit thing. So one of my transports, after dropping off in 3, is going to hang out here a turn to pair up with these 3 to balance it 6 and 4 shucking instead of the 7 and 3 that I'm at right now. But there we go. That's going to be our purchase. We're not really attacking. I don't even know that we're attacking anything with US actually. We're just letting them build up their forces for the main attack. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, take out the AA gun for free. Gotta be careful here. You know, he does have, with these guys. So if I had calculated it out, I would have started moving my stack over to here this turn with the UK, but since I didn't, and I don't want to just leave those guys hanging, we're just going to wait a turn, and we'll move the stack over next turn. It would have been smarter to do it this turn, but oh well. Again, not my most efficient kill, just finishing the game. You know what? We're going to do it. Folks, we are going to bomb. No, don't do the bombing raid. Don't do it. I'm going to try and speed this up. I'll probably be shooting myself in the foot. And I actually have not had the bad luck a lot of people have on bombing raids, so. Of course, I probably shouldn't have said anything. They seem to be fairly even, which overall, perfectly even dice is a slight profit for the bombers, so. Hey, I want that on my roll. Alright, I'll take that. If he's gonna start bombing UK, I might as well start bombing him, right? Keep their trek going. Da, la-di-da, la-di-da. We're gonna pull that, except we're gonna be pulling the Russians out. UK and US to their own devices. Can't pull them completely out yet, but we're gonna get them mostly out. Does it matter? go. I figure at some point he's going to realize he can just smoke those guys if he wants, but that's why I'm not putting too expensive units there together. I'm actually surprised he hasn't just put a mini stack on France or Northwest Europe so I could stop doing this. But, of course, a mini stack I could sacrifice and take, I guess. Oh, fighter. Oh, okay. Fighter and tank missed. Go figure. There we go. That's okay. Phew. Okay. Now, at any point, he can do the can opener. That I do got to be mindful of. That where he pulls these bombers to kill him, and then the tanks that he's building, he's amassing, followed by a bomber strike on Moscow. That is a reality. So that's why we're bringing as much Russians back as we can, so that if he does do a can opener, I'll know to pull my UK troops back into Moscow. But at the same point, let's see, I needed 9 of these guys to stay back, so we're going to pull them out. So that gives me 3 to trade back here with 2 fighters if he was to go. And I got my tanks if I need to throw in tanks in there at all. Otherwise, the tanks will be coming back and helping this front back here. And then the next turn, we'll be able to pull the other 12 out, I'm sure. But because of that blitzing threat and the fact that I'm hanging them out, 4 bombers, 5 fighters. Should I be worried about that? I don't think I should be worried about that. I mean, I'm winning that attack, right? And the fighters can't reach there. So, all right, I think I'm fine with that. Because I want to keep as many here so that less UK has to go in here if he tries a can opener. There we go. All right, so moving right along. Germany went ahead and they bought 8 infantry while repairing 5 of the damage that we did. He repaired it full when he couldn't even. Well, anyways, He could have saved 2 IPC, but he'd have to repair at some point anyways, um, he did that. He did go ahead and bomb the UK again, took Ukraine and Poland with no losses. But when he bombed, he did lose 1 bomber in bombing the UK. So we're just working. There we go, jumping around again. Working on finishing her out. So we want to continue to make sure we got Kaza stacked. We want to make sure that we got India stacked. And we want to go ahead and put a blocker here so that he can't go through. We'll go ahead and sacrifice the sub to take out his 1 transport, though. Actually, why? Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways, all that said and done. Purchase. We had to repair 4 in UK to get it up to 6 out of 8. From there, we were able to buy 6 infantry and artillery and a tank, as well as buy us a destroyer. Don't have a lot more for the sub to do, so might as well sacrifice them for taking out a transport. Because I am going to go ahead and do a 2 attack there. These guys, we're going to go ahead and continue to up our bombing raid. And here, we are going to shift our stack over to Poland for a turn, but these guys are going 1, 2, 3, 4. They can come back and land in Kareli. They can still reach all the way down to here, 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 as well as into Germany. Gonna shift those guys down. Really got anything productive for you guys to do right now, because we want to keep you hanging out here. So I think that's all the attacks. Come on, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. No whammies. Oh, there's a whammy. Alright, let's get at least 12 hits back, though. Make it worth our time. 10. Alright. You throw in the 5 we did last time. We're still at +3. Bomber? At least the bomber got the hit this time. Alright. I think we got him. I'm going to double check my calcs real quick, make sure I got that right. In Kaza. We need our AA, 32 infantry, 2 artillery, and 2 fighters. AA, 32, 2, 2. We are good there. And in India, we need 8 ground, 4 tanks. We got 7, we're building 1. We got 3 tanks, plus 1 coming, a fighter, and a bomber. Looks good there. We're going to drop the destroyer to stop the bombardment. Let's come grab our guys up here. I think I'm just going to leave these guys hanging here. Well, we kind of said we're not going to attack Berlin this turn, so let's just pull them back safe so that we don't get bombarded. Plus, it just makes that stack that much better. And we can even take one of these guys, bring them down here so we can do a double hit and come back up. So we'll do that kind of deal there. Might as well keep them safe. Everything else looks good. Go. So US 10, Japan. So first off, Japan, what did Japan do? They bought 10 ground and a transport, so they got 2 transports up here naked, which is fine. I know I'm leaving them opportunities and whatnot. Meanwhile, they did go ahead and come down here, take DEI and the Western Australia. I got a 50-50 here, so I'll take at least one crack at it. See how we look at that. I thought about bringing the bomber down just to make it annoying, but you know, I mean, he's got his 2 units here, so and his fighter, all these fighters that he'd be able to just kill it, and might as well use the bomber for something good, like bombing Berlin here shortly. So, U.S. purchases, we get enough. So first off, I'm buying for these 3 boats coming back, plus my bonus one that's just going to sit here. So we need 8 back home to come up here. Plus 2 here. Dropping a tank here in US 10 goes US 11, 12. Bomber here in 10 comes up 11, 12. So US 12 is what I'm targeting. And, you know, he will be able to drop in Alaska if he wants. Yeah, you know what? I'll put the bomber over on this side. So if he does, I'll kill his transport at the very least. So that's our build. We'll go ahead and continue our pre-attack siege. That's the only thing US is going to do, right? Yeah, we're just conserving up our units for the 12 take. So, yeah. We can hit up to 10 more. See how close to 0 we can get them. That works. So he's got to build 7 just to get to neutral. How much does he have? So that gives him to 22, and then each unit costs 4, so he'll be able to build 5 units in Germany this turn. Alright, let's get everything. I did forget to miss count, so I am going to move one US guy into there just so it's not a freebie for him to blitz back and forth. I should have used a UK guy for that, but I need all these guys moving on down. These guys will be in a position to retake India with my 2 bombers because I'm going to back out of India this next turn. And, you know, lay a few traps for him and whatnot. We'll kill these guys, so he has to use these guys to take India. And then we'll be able to retake it. And then his transports won't have anybody. Hopefully. Something like that. Alright, that's it for US. So I'm going to put the tank in there. Oh no, I decided I don't want to do that. Because then he's just going to kill my tank. We will go ahead and just use 2 infantry, 2 fighters, and do that bit. That's why we sent 2 fighters, so everybody could miss. Oh my goodness. Yay, got a hit. Phew. Don't want to give him a freebie again. I need to do a quick check. I did do a quick check. Go ahead and send 3 of them back. So, just kind of quasi dead zoning this. It's not really dead zone because he got all these tanks, but I think he's hesitant to send the tanks. So, all he has is the 3 and the bomber. So we're gonna put 4 in there. I'm just gonna leave the 2 back here because I don't really need them up here. Because I got my fighters one more turn. Well, we'll be setting them up next time. But nonetheless, we got these tanks coming up here. And he pretty much kept his overall attack here. The neutral stayed the same. So there we go. Oh, wait, we gotta put these guys in. And again, just keeping these guys up in case of a... And I mean, now it's actually not even that critical because even if he did bomber these guys, I could just walk a UK infantry in there. So he can't even do the can opener at this point. I'm not really worried about building guys in here. I mean, I guess I could. Doesn't really matter. Because I got the... You know what? Let's do that. Nonetheless, just for trading up here and make the trade up here more efficient, even though we got these guys that are just designed to trade around here. Okay, U.S. infantry dude is still in there. Just making sure. Go. Alright, looks like we are blitzing some more, so we're just going to keep on playing. He was right on line, so we're going to roll right on. Again, we're setting up for 12, so we want to get everything in range that we can here, and 11. He did build back down here in Italy, just I guess preparing them, so I don't get air ambushed them, I guess. Awkwardly enough, because I'm going to step out of here rather than continue to hold it. I'm just going to drop 3 infantry in there just to hopefully kill somebody on the take so that I can retake relatively easily if I decide to. But I have too much money. I can build 3 artilleries with my 3 infantry, and I still got extra IPC sitting, so we're just gonna leave that. Gonna take that 50-50 shot down there, at least until we get a hit or two somewhere. And bring all these guys in so I don't forget about them. Those guys must be in... yeah, okay, so they're in Finland, so that's fine. No whammies, no whammies. We're up like, what, plus... Oh, I didn't even pay attention. He didn't repair it. What am I doing? That's what I get for being stupid. Sigh. I should pay attention, I guess. That's what I get. I deserved it. Let's get a hit, no hit back. 1 hit, no hit back. Boom. No hit back. So, now, I mean, he has to kind of decide between India and there and whatnot. So that's my whole plan there. Still can't believe I fell for the stinking factory trick. I don't even know why. I'm still confused why he put the guys on Italy then. I guess, I mean, I couldn't even blitz through there. I'm just confused on that move. Anyways. Fighters here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da 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 da. I did forget I was going to put my Russian tanks in here after all, just in case the Americans didn't manage to take India back then, and the Russians could, and then I could build in India again. But, you know, whatever. I mean, he's got to deal with this too, with the fact that he's got no one that can hit him other than bring his transports down, which will get... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they won't get sniped if he takes... I didn't play that too smart. See, this is what I get when I rush. Alright, well, anyways. Alright. So coming on into US 11, we're going to set up for that US 12 take. I've done my calculators. Let's see, that did pull it in here. So this is what we're showing with me just doing a one round strafe with my UK into his heavily defended Berlin. That's with him being able to build 9 ground troops because I foolishly attacked his factory when he saved money like he should have. Anyways, still a little bitter on that, but still showing a 99.99% with me building a couple more bombers to add to the attack. So we're going to move forward here with this. So I probably could be more efficient, but I'm just going for the all-out kill and not letting dice gods surprise me. So we're building 2 bombers for Norway. We're going to build 2 fighters for over here because we're already going to have 8 guys stranded over here, and we're going all in. So we're going US 11, 12, 13, 14 until they're back over here to pick them up. So I could build some more transports, but you know, why do I want to build more transports when pretty soon I'm going to have a factory right here and here if he continues to play the game? So we're just going to build out all-out air. You know what? Scratch that. I mean, I'm sure he'll come charging on back, but we'll at least make him have to think about something other than India and Australia and Africa. All right? So we'll build 1 air, 1 infantry, and 1 transport to drop into Hawaii as we try to close out the victory cities here. So a little bit of an audible from my initial play. It'll all be good still. We're going to let the Russians clean that up. We do not need to bomb Germany, as I almost just did again. Oh, come on, we need something fun to do. Here we go. We'll hit this guy for the Russians. You can see that Japan blitzed his tanks on through here. I think he realizes that we're coming to an end. I'm just going to pull my Russians in here and stack up Moscow. There's nothing he can do about it. I'll probably pick off these guys with the UK troops and go ahead and stack India again, since all he has is he does have a transport here, so he's got 2 and 1, 3 and 2, We'll kill this guy, and then his fighters and bombers. So we can probably come back and just stack India again, as well as Moscow, and we're fine. It's kind of boring. I want to attack something. Alright, we're attacking Berlin next turn, so that'll be my non-boring part. Hopefully taking that one infantry off doesn't affect my 99.9% chance too bad. Actually, I'm not even sure I added these guys into it. I think I forgot about them. Give me these guys. Preparing everyone for the attack. Go ahead and just stick those guys in there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Almost forgot what I was doing there. So, I'm building 2 bombers in Norway, so I want to stack Norway from any this nonsense play of being able to go 1, 2, 3, 4 of killing my bombers. And a lot of those are going to be getting on the transports coming to attack anyways. Oh, looks like he attempted Australia and failed one, so I can attack back next turn. Alright. I just realized he could fly his bomber over to Pearl to stop me if he wanted to. That'd be interesting. Anyways. I thought about just pushing him in here and then blitzing my tanks and, you know, all sorts of silly things that we can't do, but let's just be smart. No reason to be silly. Um, just to have some coverage for the fighters sitting there. There we go. Alright, so here we go. Germany, they turtled for the most part. They did go ahead and attack these two, flew their bombers out, so I don't know if this is indicating that he's going to continue the battle, even if he loses Berlin. Hopefully not. But anyways, we're going to buy 7 infantry, a tank, and a fighter. So it's a 99.9% without even using my air for UK, so we're not even going to risk having the air get hit by the AA. We don't even need to bother. We're not even going to use this guy. Didn't mean to send them all there. I'm just doing that just so his bomber can't reach, for sure. Let's see if he's got his AAs in there first, because that'd be nice so that the US don't have to worry about them. Hey, look, one of the 2 cruisers hit. Is that everybody? Oh, come on, get one more hit. There we go. So 27-7. So AAs are gone. Yay, we take Australia back. Oh, we gotta watch out here. We got a J bomber we need to be careful of. I think we'll leave our carrier up here. Almost let my 10 transports get sniped by a J bomber. That would not have been good. There we go. It should turn 13. I think we should be able to finish everything off. Okay, so after that last battle with taking out the UK attack on Berlin, my opponent did not take a turn for 24 hours, so he timed out. I just got the email, or well, got the email a little while ago. Claimed the game's over. I hadn't. All I did was open up here. I haven't looked to see that that was my 5th game, so I should have my first rating. I'm expecting. I'm guessing it's going to be high silver, low gold. I don't feel like I played too tough of opponents. Have gotten too much of a rating to go much higher than that, but there we go. I'm gonna see where we're at. Oh, gold 88. That's a good bit higher than I expected, actually. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. And let's see, I wanted to check out. Let's see, use Axis. So you're playing another gold Axis player there. Solid Allies player here. So overall, pretty good, but definitely more of an Allies player than he is Axis. So. Oh, yeah, okay, you ended in Platinum and Axis. Yeah, pretty solidly the last 2 seasons regularly in that Platinum area, so. Strong opponent. Um, so we have moved on, and we are now into the next game. I recorded my first one of my opening, and we'll be following up with that more. So that's the end of this game, and hopefully we can start working our way towards the Platinum and up the ways on the Platinum.